Good morning. We want to welcome you to the 2026 Tippecanoe County Sheep Show. We are starting off our first class with the Border Cheviot Fall Ewe Lamb.
Nice way to start off the day here with a single entry in the Border Cheviot ewe lamb class. Really well balanced ewe lamb that gets out and tracks and strides really nice, sound structured, has plenty of base width as she goes away from me. We could alter her just a touch, maybe shallow her up in her chest and deepen her in her flank a little bit, but a really nice representative for the breed. Congratulations.
First place, Border Cheviot Fall Ewe Lamb went to Carson Bates.
Another nice single entry here. And again, a really long spine, level, athletic type of a ewe when we get her out in motion. She's a good balance. She's attractive from the side. If I could change her, I'd clean her up just at the front of her chest there ever so slightly, but a really high representative for the breed. Congratulations.
First place, Border Cheviot Yearling Ewe goes to Carson Bates. We'll now be showing for Grand and Reserve Border Cheviot Lamb.
You know, I think this pair kind of lines up pretty logically. Young man's more mature ewe here will go ahead and win. She's a little leveler out over her hip, just like her overall design a little bit better. And this ewe will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Border Cheviot Lamb goes to Carson Bates, and Reserve goes to Carson Bates. The champion Border Cheviot ewe banner was sponsored by Leader Lawn and Landscape, and the reserve champion was by Tight and Lyle. We're now showing Class 3, Dorset Slick Shorn ewe lamb. We want to introduce our judge today for our sheep show. We have Brad Chapman from Michigan. He grew up showing steers, sheep, and pigs. He attended Michigan State University where he was a member of the 2018-2019 livestock judging team. During his time on the judging team, he was high individual at Keystone and All East contest. He now judges shows of all species throughout the Midwest. He currently works for Ford Motor Company as an engineer and resides in South Rockwood, Michigan, where he operates Chapman Brothers Show Stock alongside his wife Kristen, daughter Amber, brother, and mother, where they run around 120 head of blackface club lamb ewes. Please welcome our judge, Mr. Chapman.
Class of Dorset ewe lambs that I think you can justify a lot of different directions you want to go here. And I probably wouldn't argue with anybody on any one individual. I think there's 3 high quality sheep out here. And for me, it landed on personal preference. The ewe lamb I started off the class with, I understand, and I'm going to be critical. She's not quite big enough footed. She's not quite fuzzy enough legged in comparison. But I think her basic build, her basic body shape, and her basic balance is the best of the 3 of them. She's the shallowest at her chest. Her neck ties the highest out of the top side of her shoulder. She has the most desirable sweep to her underline, and yet she's round and good in her rib cage. Big pinned when I get in behind her. Really good heighted and good to the touch as well. I'd like to make her a shot bigger boned and a little fluffier legged there. But that's one that's just balanced and structurally correct. Young ladies, Ewe comes in next. So, when you first came into class, I figured, man, that one's going to be really tough to get around. You get her out and you get her on the lead, and she looks good. She carries herself well. She's got those big show pony legs and balanced and attractive. When I get my hands on her, she's pushing the most condition today. She's the softest in her touch. And when we get her stuck, she wants to run downhill. We just need to pick her up at the point of her shoulder there. Young man's Ewe that comes in third. This one's stuck on the side, looks awesome. I love her right here. When you get that one finally stuck and her head's right and her spine's drop down in her, like a lot of things about her. My problem is when we set this one into motion, she's the worst off both ends of her skeleton. She wants to drop her front end and get a little around her as we go. She wants to pull her hock up underneath her and get harder in her flank when we ask her to go. But a really nice, hard-muscled ewe lamb that gives a good look when she's stuck. Congratulations.
First place, Dorset Slick Shore Ewe Lamb goes to Ava Leader. Second place, Ava Leader. And third place, Blake Leader. We're now showing Class 4, Dorset Slick Shorn Yearling Ewe.
A really nice single entry here. Gives an absolute killer look from the side. Neck set's right, spine's right, flank and balance of her underbelly there is correct. Big hipped and stout ended when I get in behind her. Athletic when we send her in motion. Really like a lot of things about her. Congratulations.
First place, Dorset Slick Shore Yearling Ewe goes to Ava Leader. We're now showing for Grand and Reserve Grand, Dorset Slick Shore Lamb.
I'm not going to take too much time here. Pretty logical place to go for me. I'm going to go ahead and use the big yearling ewe to win this division. I think anytime you can get a Dorset to a yearling and still keep her in show rig and keep her that good looking and that balanced, and yet that stout behind is awfully impressive. That'll be your champion. Young ladies, ewe lamb will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Dorset Slick Shorn you goes to Ava Leader, and reserve champion also goes to Ava Leader. We'll now be bringing in Class 5 Dorset Advantage ewe lamb. Our champion Dorset banner was sponsored by Cornell Livestock, and our reserve champion was Tate and Lyle.
top trio of ewe lambs here that I think have some good give and take. And I landed on this kind of cool colored ewe lamb. And I'm just the most comfortable with her in her skeleton. The angle to her shoulders right. She ties her neck high. She reaches and goes off that hind leg like a true athlete. When we ask to put her in motion, we get her stuck on the side, and I think she balances well enough, right? I like if we can make her a notch deeper in her flank, a little better in her loin. Love to change those things about her, but I think that's an athletic, functional type of female. That's a logical place to start. Young lady's ewe lamb comes here in second. That one's heavier muscled. She's square over the edge of her rack and bigger in her loin. Love those things about her. We need to ask this one to balance better when we view her from the side. She wants to get a little deeper in her chest. Maybe just not as attractive in her overall look. Young man's ewe lamb that comes next. Love that one's touch. Love her skin. She's really fresh handling, really square edge. Appreciate those things about her. When we set her into motion is when I got to change her. She wants to get deeper in her front end. She wants to get up in her spine and uncomfortable out of her hip and hock there. Like to correct her in that angle and deepen her in her flank. But a really hard handling round cage ewe that offers some genuine muscle and touch. Big-bodied, production-oriented type of female that's long-necked and long-spined. Love those things about her. Just need to level her out over her hip, give her a little more show ring appeal and height to shoulder in comparison to the others. Another big-bodied female that's really, really production-oriented and productive in the center portion of her body and her rib cage. She's the heaviest conditioned ewe here, and consequently is pushing that condition at the base of her chest. Gives her more unbalanced look in comparison to the others. Really nice set. Congratulations.
First place Dorset Advantage ewe lamb goes to Ava Leader. Second, Charlotte Kennedy. Third, Blake Leader. Fourth, Brianna Miller. And fifth, Cora Hancock. We're now showing Class 6 Dorset Advantage Fall ewe lamb.
Young man's White U rises to the top here pretty quickly, just in terms of her basic build and design. She stays relaxed in her spine. She reaches and grabs ground off both ends like I like to see. When he gets her stuck, her neckties right, she balances right, and she looks awesome from the side. Really, really like those things about her. When she is stuck and on the side profile or we set her in motion, I think she balances and looks correct both ways. I really like that. Young ladies, you that comes in next, really big ribbed, really deep in her flank, and love that about her. Plenty wide when I step in behind her. Maybe carrying a little more condition than I like today. She wants to get the most uncoordinated and awkward in her hock when we ask her to move. Consequently, roaches in her spine. Young ladies, ewe lamb that rounds out the class. That's the heaviest muscled, thickest ended one of the group, and I love that about her, right? She is production meat animal oriented. Really appreciate those things. She's just maybe the most off in her balance. She's the deepest in her in her chest and the shallowest in her flank. Needs to be a little stouter at the ground as well. But a really nice set. Congratulations.
First, first place, Dorset Advantage Fall Ewe Lamb goes to Corbin Cornell. Second, Delaney Haywood. Third, Tessa Coker. We're now showing Class 7, Dorset Advantage Yearling Ewe.
Nice single entry here. Really, really round in a rib shape, big and square and shapely up high down her rack and over her loin. Big pinned and plenty of side view stifle shape for me when we get her stuck here. If I could change her when we set her in motion, she's a little straighter in her shoulder and straighter in her hock. Consequently, she's a shorter stepping off either end, wants to get a little high in her spine, but a really heavy muscle meat animal shape type of a female here. Congratulations.
First place, Dorset Advantage Yearling Ewe goes to Delaney Haywood. We'll now be showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Dorset Advantage Ewe.
we bring this set of Dorset advantages out here, and I think there's a pair of ewes here that fit together in terms of their type and kind out here, and then there's one that's different than the rest, and I think she's the heavier muscled one, but maybe not as elegant and as feminine. So for me, I think it comes down to the pair that match, and I think there's one that's a skosh taller shouldered, a little better looking from the side when we just get more out of her and get her stuck better. But she's got one of my worst pet peeves, which is she's a little off in her loin, and where she ties that loin into the top or the front of her hip there, she gets just a little off there. If I could change her there, I'd sure like her a whole bunch more. There's one that I think's better there, but maybe not as shallow at the base of her chest, maybe not as neat looking from the side. And you got to ask yourself, is she just balanced enough, right? Is she just balanced enough for you? And she has maybe less of a, what I call a cardinal sin in her loin edge. So I think you could go either way. But for me, the one I'm most comfortable with, the one that does the most things I like, is a young man here in blue to go ahead and win. And young lady, you'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Dorset Advantage Fall U goes to Corbin Cornell. Reserve champion goes to Ava Leader. We're now showing Class 8 Hampshire Fall Ewe Lamb. Our banner sponsor for our champion Dorset Advantage Ewes was the Burlington family, and our reserve champion sponsor was Tate and Lyle.
We're going to go ahead and keep these three in the order they came in actually. And young lady's ewe lamb that starts off the class here, that's a really well-balanced ewe lamb. Her neckties right, her chest and her flank balance correct. She's attractive from the side. She's the best in the angle to her hock and reaches and goes the best. And she especially stays the levelest out over her dock when we ask her to go or even stand her stuck there. Really like a lot of things about that ewe. Ewe that comes next. This ewe is actually, when I get in behind her, there's more to her than I thought from the side. She's got plenty of width and rib shape for me. If I could change her, I'd like to level her up over her dock, make her a touch shallower in her chest. But I think that's a really nice, well-balanced female that has a lot of good to her. Long-sided, high-grow female that rounds out the class. Really like those things about her. However, she's just the narrowest when we step in behind her. She's the most off in her skeleton and the shortest in her stride when we ask her to go. Congratulations on a really nice class.
First place Hampshire Fall Ewe Lamb goes to Harper Harrell. Second, Kelsey Veldhusen. And third, Shelby Veldhusen. We're now showing Class 9 Hampshire Slick Shorn Ewe Lamb.
logical place to start here. I think this is the ewe lamb that ties everything together, is the most complete out here. When we ask her to set into motion, she stays level and collected in her top line. She gives an attractive look from the side. Her chest is shallower than her flank. She's strong and level down her top. And I think that's a ewe that's got plenty of power and body when I step in behind her. Appreciate those things about her. The trouble ewe comes here next. This is the big back one. This is the big hipped one. Really appreciate those things about her. You know, for me, when we ask this one to set in motion, she drops her front end, she gets off in her loin, and we just need to smooth her up in every junction point, make her a little bit more complete and elegant from the side for me. The ewe that comes in third, really like a lot of things about her. When we set this ewe in motion, she can definitely work her way into second. I think she's a sound, structured, good balanced female that's good in the shape to her cage, and plenty stout when I step in behind her. When we get her stuck and stop, though, she just doesn't have enough mass and power to compete with that pair above her, and she's maybe a little poorer in her balance and her height of shoulder when we set her from the side. The ewe that rounded out the class, that was a really thin-hided, hard-shaped ewe. And I really appreciate that about her. She was just the hardest in her flank and almost off in her rear, too, when we asked her to go. Congratulations.
First place, Hampshire Slickshorn Ewe Lamb goes to Lauren Hankins. Second, Carson Dice. Third, Marin Huffer. And fourth, Delaney Dunwoody. We're now showing Class 10, Hampshire Slickshorn Fall Ewe Lamb. We'd like to go ahead and recognize some of our royalty that we have in the ring today, helping us with our ribbon passing. We have our Little Miss, Reagan Brand, and we have our Little Mr., William Fusick. We also have some of our queens. We have Miss Tippecanoe County, Michaela Spray. We have our first runner-up, Adrian Tolan. We have our third runner-up, Katie Ford. And Miss Congeniality, Abby Griffith. We want to thank them for coming and helping us with our show today.
Really logical pair here for me. This is the sound structure. And you guys, I'm going to sound like a broken record here on this, but they need to be right in their shoulder angle, good in their level out of their hip and functional out of their hind leg. And she's all those things. Balance, attractive from the side. Handles with plenty of squareness and edge up high for me. Really nice ewe to start the class off. Ewe that comes next, that one is packed full of muscle. When I got my hands on her, I was very, very impressed with it, just how hard handling and thin-hided she is. We just need to change her in her skeleton. She's too straight in her shoulder, too upright in her hock, and consequently wants to get up underneath herself and roach in her spine when we ask her to go. Congratulations to a nice set.
First place, Hampshire Slickshorn Fall Ewe Lamb goes to Annabelle Smith. Second, Duncan Bates. We're now showing Class 11, Hampshire Slickshorn Yearling Ewe.
Nice single entry here. Is really big in the center portion of her body. She's deep flanked and balanced from there. And her, as we view her from the side, you know, that's a ewe when I get my hands on her. There's a lot of condition and maybe not as much true muscle as I'd like to see, but really balanced, complete ewe that when we finally got her to want to be a show sheep and lead, she strides and gets out and goes correctly. Just needs me a little more muscle when I step in behind her. Congratulations on a nice ewe.
First place, Hampshire Slickshore Yearling Ewe goes to Ella Franklin. We'll now be showing for Grand and Reserve Grand Hampshire Ewe.
Nice set of ewe lambs out here, and taking nothing away from our seconds. I think it really comes down in contention between the four out here we have for first. You know, I think there's one that kind of comes out here and runs away with it and is the logical place to go. She's the balanced one. She's the proportional one. She gets wider when we step in behind her. She wedges from her shoulder and gets wider into her rack and wider into her loin. I think she's the logical place to go. And then I think for reserve, there's three of them that are really in contention. There's one that's maybe not as trendy and his big fluffy legs, but is super balanced and complete and a good representative of the livestock that she is. There's another ewe that's maybe not getting stuck out here and getting her front end up as much as I'd like, but a good balanced ewe and proportional in her width and bigger in her pin set than others when I step in behind her. And there's another ewe out here that is maybe pushing a little more condition, but is stuck to a T and looks good from the side. When I step in behind her, I wonder, is there genuinely enough sheep there, or is she just pushing that much condition? So with that being said, I'll go ahead and get your Grand in Reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Hampshire Ewe goes to Lauren Hankins. Reserve goes to Ella Franklin. Their banners were sponsored. The champion was sponsored by Cokert Farms and Reserve by Tate and Lyle. We're now showing Class 12 Katahdin Ewe Lamb.
Attention on the fairgrounds. Vehicles that are not in an actual spot in the front of the Coliseum need moved immediately.
Really nice pair of Katahdin ewe lambs to start the class off with. And I think a pair that I have some give and take, and I appreciate a lot of things about both of them. They're flat shouldered, they're good bodied, they're balanced, they're complete, they're sound. This is the bigger rib, bigger center bodied, wider made female. And I think she does all that without giving up any look and attractiveness from the side. It's a really high quality Katahdin female. Ewe that comes in next, again, one that gives a high quality look from the side. Long necked and balanced in her underline, proportional in her length of body, super sound structured, maybe just not as opened up and as stout from end to end as the one that goes ahead and leads the class off. Pair of ewes that round off the class. Really nice, practical type of females, just not as near as much mass and dimension as that pair ahead of them. Congratulations.
First place and champion Katahdin ewe lamb goes to Henley Schluter. Second and reserve goes to Sasha Schluter. Their banners were sponsored by the Schluter family and Tate and Lyle. We're now showing class 13 natural colored ewe lamb.
Really competitive top trio of blue ewe lambs, and anybody that knows me knows I'm not necessarily a blue sheep guy. I got raise about one or two of them a year, and that's enough for me. But I'm a good sheep guy, and I think all three of these up here are classify as really good sheep and good stock. And I think you can find value in all of them. For me, the ewe that starts the class is just the combination ewe that's the most complete. She's balanced and athletic when we ask her to go. She gives a good look from the side. Her necktie is good enough out of the top side of her shoulder. She's got turn and curvature to her rib shape. Handle's big and square enough over her back. And for me, I'd like to fix her in her loin edge. She wants to get a little off there in her loin to a hip junction there. But I think that's getting awfully critical on an awfully nice ewe. She's big legs and stout featured. And I don't think that's her loin edge is so egregious that it's a disqualifier. I think it's still acceptable in the way it is built into her. So she goes ahead and starts the class as just a combination sheep. The pretty good-looking ewe comes in second. That one's flat-shouldered and absolutely giraffe-necked and awesome and elegant in the way she prances and goes. And young man gets her on lead, and she looks awesome. And I love those things about her. But I question myself is when I step in behind her, is there enough to her? Is there just enough punch? And I determined today there's not just quite enough when I step in behind her, not quite enough at the base of her stifle there, but a really good balanced, awesome built, truly round and good in her rib shape there and deep in her flank. Love those things about her. The power ewe comes in third. And young man, I know you didn't bring a ewe like this and expect to go third in class, and I respect that and I understand that. She is the biggest back, the squarest edge, and absolutely has the most stifle shape of any in this class. Appreciate those things about her. Monster in the center portion of her body and her cage shape. However, she's the shortest out of her hip, the straightest out of her hock. And when we ask her to go, she wants to drop her chest and breastplate down the most, give her the least balanced look and motion. Long-sided, big-footed ewe that comes next, that's complete and round-bodied and square-edged, just a little too straight out of her hock, consequently doesn't want to get out and go like those others, gets a little higher in her spine. Really appreciate the length of body and the grow in this ewe that comes next. Long-sided, production-oriented type of one that's got some width and dimension when we step in behind her. She's just the least balanced in her flank line when we view her from the side. Young ladies, ewe that rounds out the class, a really good touching, good heighted type of a female, just needs to be changed in her skeleton to get any higher. Congratulations.
First place, natural colored ewe lamb, goes to Scout Zimmerman. Second, McCrae Kaiser. Third, Owen Kaiser. Fourth, Miley Reese. Fifth, Brooklyn Dunwoody. And sixth, Layla Logson. We're now showing class 14, natural colored fall ewe lamb.
Big-bodied, wide back to you, and I step in behind her. That's also really production-oriented in the center portion of her body. If I could change her, I'd like to taller at the point of her shoulder, a little more attractive in her neck set, but a really nice big-bodied female to win this single entry.
First place, natural colored fall ewe lamb, Lindley Peters. We're now showing class 15, natural colored yearling ewe.
Really nice single entry ewe, and when the young lady gets her stuck, she's tall at the point of her shoulder, straight down her top, has a ton of side view, stifle shape, appreciate all those things about her. We set her in motion. She's got the big fluffy show pony legs and love that. I'd like to maybe set her back in the angle to her to her hock ever so slightly, make her get out and stride easier when we ask her to go. But that is a big ribbed, big square backed, big loined, stout made natural color yearling ewe. Congratulations on a nice single entry.
First place, natural color yearling ewe goes to Delaney Haywood. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion natural colored ewe.
Nice representation from the natural color division here. And you know, I'm the believer in the class of think long, think wrong. And there was a pair of them that hit me extremely hard in class that it was a really tough decision to make between the two of them. And I think that's just a logical thing to do is to keep that pair together. 2 ewe lambs will be granted in reserve. Congratulations.
Champion natural colored champion natural ewe goes to Scout Zimmerman, and reserve goes to McCrae Kaiser. We'll now be showing class 16 Oxford ewe lamb. Our champion banner for our natural colored ewe came from the Hogan family, and our reserve sponsor was Tate and Lyle.
Logical place to starts with the young man's ewe here. That's the bigger chested, bigger in her rib cage, more swoop to her flank, better balanced female. That's sound structured and has enough punch and shape when we step in behind her. Really like that ewe. Just think she's a logical place to go. Young lady's ewe lamb that comes in second. She's wanting to fight her when she's trying to show her here, and it makes it a little harder to get a good look at her. But her necktie is right, her shoulder angle's right. And that's a ewe that has the correct shape and structure to her hip and hind leg there. Just probably needs a shot more maturity and a little more softener up in her flank, just a touch. Congratulations on a nice pair.
First place, Oxford ewe lamb goes to Miles Gardner. Second to Charlotte Kennedy. We're now showing class 17 Oxford fall ewe lamb.
Really hard touching, crisp back, single entry Oxford ewe here. When you get her stuck, she's really long-sided and balanced and proportional from the side. Her neck ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. You know, I'd like to make her a little stouter out of her hip and pin set when I step in behind her. Maybe make her a little bigger at the ground as well. But a really nice ewe lamb. Congratulations.
First place Oxford Fall Ewe Lamb goes to Chloe Greener. We'll now show for champion and reserve champion Oxford Lamb.
We get these back out here, and I think the battle really comes for reserve. I think there's a logical place to start, and then you kind of got to give and take, and what would you want to do for reserve? And I think there's one that's just a little bigger in her pin set, a little more desirable in her hip and hind leg structure, and that's the way I'm going to go. I'm just the most comfortable with. So young man's you here will be champion, young ladies you will be reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Oxford Lamb goes to Miles Gardner. Reserve champion goes to Charlotte Kennedy. We're now showing Class 18 Romney Ewe Lamb. Sponsors for our Oxford banners for the champion is Zippy Sharpening Service, and reserve was Tate and Lyle.
I think this class of ewe lamb sorts itself pretty logically. This is this is a really attractive built, sound structured ewe that starts the class off with. She stays strong and collected in her top line when we ask her to go, and she's balanced and attractive from the side. Really nice in her fleece as well. The blue ewe that goes second, that's the bigger-bodied, wider maid female. However, she's not as attractive about her front 1/3, maybe not as balanced and collected from the side. A ewe here that comes in next, and that's a ewe that's a good, sound structured structured type of a ewe. It's the steepest out of her rump and maybe the least attractive when you're from the side. Ewe that rounds out the class is maybe one that's just had a tougher go in life. Doesn't look like she's maybe had quite as many advantages as those and is just kind of falling behind there. Just like to see her get home and get on feed and see what she can turn into. Congratulations.
First place, Romney Ewe Lamb, goes to Amelia Goodspeed. Second, Joey Goodspeed. Third, Heidi Goodspeed. And fourth, Elizabeth Bunton. We're now showing class 19, Romney Yearling Ewe.
Young man's ewe that starts the class off with is really good in her rib shape and her center body shape. She's balanced and attractive from the side. And you couple that with the fact that her fleece looks the best to me, and I think she rises to the top pretty quickly. Another nice balanced ewe here that comes in second. Maybe not just as level out over her rump, but a really nice female. Female that comes in third, big-bodied and practical in her type and kind. Just the plainest and deepest about her front one. Third, young ladies, ewe that rounds out the class is a good practical type of a female. She's just the most open in her fleece in comparison to the rest of these. Congratulations on a nice set.
First place, Romney Yearling Ewe, goes to Joey Goodspeed. Second, Heidi Goodspeed. Third, Amelia Goodspeed. And fourth, Elizabeth Bunton. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion, Romney Ewe.
We bring this set out here, and I think they match up really well, and I think there's a bigger, more mature version of a really good ewe lamb out here, and I think those two are the spitting images in their type and kind and the way they're built and all the high quality things about them. We're going to go ahead and use the yearling ewe to win and the ewe lamb be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Romney Ewe goes to Joey Goodspeed, and reserve champion goes to Amelia Goodspeed. We're now showing class 20, Shropshire Ewe Lamb. Our sponsors for our Romney division champion was the Gillespie family, and reserve was Tate and Lyle.
pair sorts themselves pretty logically. Just a bigger outline, stouter, more massive view that goes ahead and wins the class. Really good in her handle and her touch, wide and square over her loin edge, and elegant and attractive from the side. Young lady's ewe lamb that comes in second. She is really exaggerated in her underline, long and feminine about her front 1/3. Unfortunately, you get her out here in comparison to this ewe lamb, and she just gets outmassed and outpowered in this class today. I think one that has a really bright future, though. Congratulations.
First place Shropshire ewe lamb goes to Haley Greener. Second place goes to Molly Ivy. We're now showing class 21 Shropshire Fall ewe lamb.
Nice single entry here. Long neck, flat shouldered, really thin hided and hard touching square back. Appreciate all those things about her. When we set her in motion, I'd sure like to relax her in her spine, make her more comfortable when she gets out and goes. Really nice single entry though. Congratulations.
First place Shropshire Fall ewe lamb goes to Haley Greener. We're now showing class 22 Shropshire yearling ewe.
Another really nice single entry here. Good in the shape of her rib cage and balance in her underline, plenty of pin width and stifle shape from the side. Sound structured and attractive when we set her into motion. Maybe not the most exotic from the side and has the most ESTs, but I think a really balanced, complete type of a yearling ewe. Congratulations.
First place Shropshire yearling ewe goes to Georgie Bedreau. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Shropshire ewe.
bring this set of Shropshire females out here, and I think there's two of them that kind of match, and there's one that doesn't. And you kind of got to decide where to go with the one that doesn't. And for me, I think the one that doesn't match the other pair is the biggest bodied ewe. That's the most dynamic in her progression of width, and is the best in the shape from her hip to her hock to ground, and utilizes it the best when we ask her to go. I think she's a logical place to go ahead and start here. She'll be your champion. Congratulations. And young lady out of the first class will be reserved. Congratulations.
Champion Shropshire U goes to Georgie Boudreau. Reserve champion goes to Haley Greener. We'll now be showing class 23, Southdown Ewe Lamb. Our banners for the Shropshire division, champion was sponsored by Crimson Ridge Farms, and reserve was Tate and Lyle.
top trio of Southdown U's here that kind of wrestled with me in my mind here, and I don't know that there's just a surefire place to go and start. Um, and I think you kind of got to pick and choose of what's your type, what's your kind, what can you live with. And this type of this female that starts off the class, she's the flattest shouldered, she's the best at the base of her chest, she's the strongest and levelest down her top line, the most elegant and feminine from the side. We set her into motion. She's the soundest structured one that wants to get out and reach and stride the best. Does she have near enough muscle and shape when I step in behind her? Well, probably not, but I think she's a sound, structured, practical breeding piece to start with. You that comes in second follows the same mold, right? Attractive, balanced, nice breeding type of a female. I'd like to see her have a whole bunch more muscle and power when I step in behind her, like to clean her up in her base of her chest there. Ewe lamb that comes next, that's the stout, powerful one. That you either had to go first or third, and I hemmed and hawed on where to go. For me, she's pushing too much condition. She's too moderate in her scale. I need to lengthen in her cannon bone, give that one more look and elevation from her front 1/3. But that's an ultra huge back, huge cage, hard muscled, good heighted one. Appreciate those things about her. Maybe just a little too extreme in her moderation and muscle. Ewe lamb that comes next. I really like this ewe lamb. I dig this one. She is long necked and cool from the side, sound structured. She just needs more to her. Get her out in comparison to these ewe lambs here. She is ultra skinny and just gets outmassed and powered by the rest. I'd love to see this ewe in 90 days. Ewe lamb that rounds out the class. That one is big over her rack shape and big on her upper hip. She's just the frailest in her bone work, gets the steepest out over her dock, and looks the most off balance when we ask her to go. But a big back, shapely one. Appreciate those things about her.
First place Southdown Ewe Lamb goes to Brenna Rice. Second, Haven Rice. Third, Avery Bachman. Fourth, Mary Ivy. And fifth, Cecilia Pearl. We're now showing class 24, Southdown Fall Ewe Lamb.
Young man's ewe lamb rises to the top pretty handily. I love this one's flexibility to her spine and reach out of her hind leg and front end. We ask her to go, ties her neck ultra high out of the top side of her shoulder. He gets her set and gets down here, and her underlying balance is right. She gives a show you look from the side. Love those things about her. Really, really appreciate her. Maybe not the stoutest ended ewe when we get in behind her, but I think she's got enough for me today. Ewe lamb that comes in second, that's a really big body, dimensional type of a female when we get up over top of her back and her rack, and really like those things about her. She's carrying a little more condition, and it deposits right at the base of her chest and in her breastplate. Especially notice that when we ask her to go, just doesn't balance quite as well. Ewe lamb that comes next, I appreciate her height and her muscle expression there. Really big bodied, huge cage, big centered type of a female, just too low at the point of her shoulder, and maybe carrying too much condition in her chest and her breastplate as well. Ewe lamb that rounds out the class. That's a practical built, big bodied type of a ewe that appreciate those things about her. She's just the frailest in her bone work and the poorest in her structure when we ask her to go. Congratulations on a nice class.
First place South Down Fall U Lamb goes to Corbin Cornell. Second, Brenna Rice. Third, Miley Reese. And fourth, Parker Walters. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion South Down U.
Yeah, we bring all the Southdowns back out here, and I think they sort themselves really quickly. And I think there's a pair of them that came out of the tougher class, and I liked them better in class. And we're going to go ahead and keep that pair out of the second class together. Congratulations, young man.
Champion South Down U goes to Corbin Cornell. Reserve champion Brenna Rice. We're now showing Suffolk Slick Shorn ewe lambs. Our banner sponsors for our South Down division, our champion was sponsored by Herbert D. McCormick family, and our reserve was Tate and Lyle.
Suffolk ewe that rises to the top pretty handily. I think when you study these ewes, just front to back, ground up, she's the biggest footed and the stoutest in her bone work. She's the most opened up in her chest floor. She's big and round in the center portion of her body. It allows her to touch with the biggest and squarest back and rack shape. She's most dimensional and has the most curvature to her side view stifle shape. Really like that Suffolk ewe to lead the class off with. Ewe that comes next, that's a balanced, level hipped, elegant type of a female. It really is feminine in her look out here. She's just a little frailer in her bone work, a little narrower in her pin set. Doesn't have just as much mass and width from end to end as that one that starts off. Long-bodied, really long-bodied, good-centered type of a ewe lamb here that come in next. Appreciate those things about her. She's the steepest out of her, from her hips to her pins, and the most awkward in her hock set of those top three. Nice ewe lamb to come here next, maybe one that just gets outmassed and powered in comparison to those others. Really nice ewe lamb, though, as far as her balance and eye appeal. Congratulations.
First place, Suffolk Slickshorn ewe lamb goes to Tayton Mosley. Second, Claire Ford. Third, Claire Ford. And fourth, Maximus DeVault. We're now showing class 26, Suffolk Slickshorn Fall ewe.
Nice practical balance, sound structured single entry here. That's good in the center portion of her body and ties her neck high out of the top side of her shoulder. Really appreciate those things about her. Congratulations.
First place, Suffolk Slickshorn Fall ewe goes to Maximus DeVault. We'll now be showing class 27, Suffolk Slickshorn Yearling ewe.
I think the Suffolk U that starts the class, really nice yearling U. I think she's a logical place to start, rises to the top quick. Love this one from the side when we get her stuck. Her neck's right, her balance is right, really big in the center portion of her body. When I get my hands on her, I was really, really impressed. She's really dynamic in her progression of width. Her loin is way, way wider than she is at the base of her shoulder, and love that about her. Really nice yearling U to go ahead and start this class with. Ewe lamb that comes next, that's a big backed, wide, thick made type of a female that's ultra big in the center portion of her body, has some foot size and bone as well. However, she's just not as attractive about a front 1/3, a little coarser and plainer at the base of her shoulder, not as long in not as long neck and tall at the point of her shoulder. Young man's ewe that comes next. That's a long-bodied, sound-structured, practical type of a female. Just gets steeper out of her rump in comparison to that pair, a little straighter shouldered. Really sound-structured ewe that rounds out the class, that has some muscle and tone up high. She's just the hardest flanked ewe that gets the most off in her balance when we view her from the side. Congratulations.
First place, Suffolk Slickshorn Yearling U goes to Claire Ford. Second, Claire Ford. Third, Maximus DeVault. And fourth, Maximus DeVault. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion Suffolk Slickshorn U.
We get this set out here, and I think there's two different ways you can go. There's one that's just jam-packed full of muscle and super stand-up in her rack shape and has tons of side view lower leg shape. Maybe she's docked the hair longer, and it kind of throws off her look and her balance out of her hip. But I think you overlook that length of dock, and I think that you would balance much better and look just as good from the side. And then there's one that give just an absolutely killer look from the side and get stuck right and super practical in her kind. And she has plenty of muscle, but is not as extreme in her muscle shape and her lower leg and her back shape as the other one. And I guess for me, I think there's just one that I think is more unique for what she is and more unique for her breed. And that's this young lady's ewe lamb right here. Congratulations. You'll be a reserve.
Champion Suffolk Slickshorn U goes to Tayton Mosley. Reserve, Claire Ford. We'll now be showing Class 28, Whiteface Commercial ewe lamb. Our banners for our Suffolk division were donated. The champion by Caleb Benjamin family and a reserve by Tate and Lyle.
Guys, truly unique livestock is kind of what gets me up and gets me going in the morning and makes me excited to sort shows. And I think this one is truly unique in so many ways that she's just the place you have to start. Her rib cage is so perfectly circular and shallow and round. Her touch is incredible. She is perfect in her loin edge and way, way wider in her loin edge than she is at the base of her shoulder. Young lady gets her stuck out here and her neck set looks right. She gives us killer profile, big feet presented to the highest level. Really like that ewe lamb. Not as much lower leg as the one that comes in second, and that's okay. I think she's got plenty for me today. Ewe lamb that comes next, that's a big body, big back, big hip, bigger up hip, big and stifle shape. Love those things about her. We get her stuck. I think she's balanced and complete, but not as exotic and intriguing from the side as that one. When we ask her to move, she's the boldest and coarsest at the base of her shoulder. Just gets a little plainer in about her front end there when we get her, set her into motion, but still a really nice, really nice white face cross ewe lamb. Ewe lamb that comes here next. This one has really wild, exotic pieces. She is super skinny necked. She is super square backed, and she gives a nice look from the side. She has giant fluffy legs. But when we ask her to go, she gets the least balance in her top line. She wants to roach. She gets a little harder in her flank. Maybe just isn't presented to the highest degree as those pair ahead of her, but a really nice, unique piece to you to come in third. Ewe lamb that comes in fourth, super practical, high grow, big bodied, production oriented type of a female. Just a little plainer in her look from the side, a little narrower in her pin set. You that rounds out the class, you really have to appreciate the amount of muscle and stoutness in this ewe. Super big backed and big rump. Looks like she might have one too many, D's in her phenotype or genotype there. Just need to have her more length of cannon and grow. But a really nice ewe lamb. Congratulations.
First place, white face commercial ewe lamb, Nora Rule. Second, Camry Cornell. Third, Charlotte Kennedy. Fourth, Arian Smith. And fifth, Tessa Kokert. We're now showing class 29 white face commercial ewe lamb.
We start with the combination U here to start the class, and she truly is kind of the combination U of the U's in second and third. I think she's wide enough, she's stout enough, she's heavy enough muscled, she's good enough looking, she's sound enough structured. Just a really nice, complete U that just kind of has enough of everything. Doesn't wow you in one area, but a really good, balanced, complete type of a female. Ewe lamb that comes in second, that one is got some ESTs. She is the biggest back. She is the biggest rump. She is also the most moderate and the quickest in her maturity. I need to lengthen her in her cannon and lengthen her out in her growth curve just a touch for me, but a really big back, stout made type of a female. The longer cannon, higher grow type female rounds out the class, and I love that about her. However, she's just a poor balanced female. It gets shallower in her flank, a little narrow on her pin set from behind in comparison to that top pair, but a really long-sided, nice made female. Congratulations.
First place white-faced commercial ewe lamb goes to Olive Bedreau. Second, Wyatt Miller. Third, Delaney Dunwoody. We're now showing class 30 white-faced commercial yearling ewe.
Nice yearling ewe to start with. Really good in her rib shape, big, shapely, up high down her back there. Crisp to the touch still, and good looking from the side. Maybe not the biggest footed or just the biggest pinned ewe, but a really nice practical place to start. Long-sided, really high grow, big outline type of female that comes in second. Love all those things about her. Just the plainer in her muscle shape, a little narrower maiden one that wins. Congratulations. You're good, bud. Oh.
First place white-faced commercial yearling ewe goes to Arian Smith. Second goes to Spencer Bates. We'll now be showing for champion and reserve champion white-faced commercial ewe.
This is one of those divisions that I think there was a pair of them in class that I thought the world of, and I really liked them then, and we get them back out here, and I think they just are the logical place to go. I think there's one of them runs away with this deal, and really like her. We're going to stay with this pair of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Champion Whiteface Commercial U goes to Nora Rule, and Reserve goes to Cami Cornell. We're now showing Class 31 Blackface Commercial U Lamb. Our banners for the Whiteface Cross were Champion Zippy's Sharpening Service and Reserve Tate and Lyle.
Logical place to start here. That's a big-footed, long neck that sets, big-footed ewe that's athletic with a long neck that sets right on the top side of her shoulder. Get her propped up, and she's balanced and complete from the side, strong and level down her top. Get your hands on her. She's square enough and big enough over her rack. She's the bigger pin and has more side view, lower leg shape than the ewe that comes in second. If I could change her, I'd like to deepen her in her flank ever so slightly, but a nice place to start. Ewe lamb that comes next, that's a really skinny necked one that's got some really feminine about her front 1/3 there, really flat in her shoulder there. She's long and strong over her spine for the most part, wants to get a little off in her loin and up in her tailhead. It's one of my pet peeves, unfortunately for her, and I think she just gets outmassed when we compare her to that ewe ahead of her, but a really nice, sound structured, balanced, complete one. ewe that comes next. Big bodied, big old back in her, plenty of lower leg shape, carrying a little more condition than that pair of ewes ahead of her. Doesn't give as neat of a look from the side when we ask her to get her stuck. Same can be said for this ewe. Big bodied, square back, big lower leg, maybe a little frailer at the ground, a little darker in her feature. Consequently, gives a little plainer look from the side. Another balanced, complete, practical type of a ewe here that just needs more show ring appeal. Long-bodied, extended, practical, sound structured female, just needs more rib and power when we step in behind her. Congratulations to a nice class.
First place, Blackface Commercial Ewe Lamb, Riley McGee. Second, Stella Rule. Third, Winston Bedreau. Fourth, Ruby Heifer. Fifth, Spencer Bates. And sixth, Caroline Smith. We're now showing class 32, Blackface Commercial Ewe Lamb.
a top trio of ewes here that I think does offer some give and take. And I think you can go a couple different ways. For me, the most logical place ewe is to start with the most complete one. That's the most practical in her build. She's long and extended about her front 1/3. She stays balanced and shallow in her chest and has nice swoop to her flank line, good in her cage shape, and she gets out and goes and carries everything together. I think she's just a logical place to start. Ewe that comes next, that's another ewe. The neck set's right, her rib cage is right, her rack shape and loin edge are really, really good. She's big, fuzzy footed, maybe just not as presented to the nth degree that one is. A little drier to the touch, a little plainer over her loin edge when I get my hands on her. But that's a really solid female that's balanced and attractive from the side. Young man, if I judge livestock from 5 feet away, right on top of them, this is the ewe I'd start with. When I'm standing 5 feet away and looking down on this one, I love her. She is ditch backed and round caged and massive wide in her pin set there. But when I step off of her, she commits my cardinal sin. She's really off in her loin and wants to spike that tail head up into the air. And that's just one of my pet peeves that I can't get around. And that drives her into the third hole today. But I think that ewe has really unique breeding pieces. Just is hurting in one spot there that knocks her down for me today. Ewe that comes in fourth, big bodied, good touching, thin hided, appreciate all those things about her. Has plenty of side view lower leg shape as well. A little lower at the point of her shoulder, plainer about her front 1/3, narrower pin than some of those ahead of her, but a hard touching, crisp, good hided type of a ewe. Another good heighted, shapely back ewe that comes here. Really appreciate her length of side. However, she's just not as balanced. She gets a little shallower in her flank and deeper in her chest in comparison. And a practical, production-oriented type of a female that rounds out the class. That's just a little frailer in her bone work, a little plainer in her look from the side. Congratulations on a nice group.
First place Blackface Commercial ewe lamb goes to Riley McGee. Second, Aniston Kaiser. Third, Carson Dice. Fourth, Delaney Haywood. Fifth, Miley Reese. And sixth, Amelia Odell. We're now showing class 33 Blackface Commercial Yearling ewe.
pair of ewes to start the class that I think are different in their type and kind. I think this is the more feminine ewe that's taller at the point of her shoulder, longer neck, better looking, better balanced in her underline there. I think she's maybe a skosh sounder structured, more ideal in the curvature from her hip to her hock, and then from hock to ground. I think she's more ideal the way she's shaped there. You know, and I questioned it. Is she big enough pinned, and does she have enough lower leg in comparison to the other ewe? And I think the answer is yes. I don't think she's carrying near as much condition. I think she's more appropriate, more ideal in her condition, and a really balanced, complete ewe to start the class. Ultra big bodied, ultra big pinned ewe to come here and next. Love those things about her. She's carrying a little more condition than I prefer, and unfortunately that makes her be a little deeper and plainer fronted. Doesn't balance quite as well from the side, but a big stifled, big back, big ended type of a ewe. Love those things. This ewe here is really lean in her condition and fresh in her handle. And appreciate that. She's just a little tighter in her spine, a little off in her loin when we ask her to go. Big bodied, practical type of a female that's really production oriented comes next. Just not as elegant and attractive about her front 1/3 as those ewes ahead of her. Another big bodied, wide backed, meat animal character type of a ewe here that's just not as attractive as those ones above her. Congratulations.
First place, Blackface Commercial Yearling Ewe goes to Camry Cornell. Second, Delaney Haywood. Third, Aubrey Miller. Fourth, Jaden Kellogg. And fifth, Duncan Bates. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Blackface Commercial Yearling Commercial Ewe.
Really nice set of commercial ewes out here, and I think there's a handful of them out here that are really in contention. I think there's 3 or 4 of them that offer a lot of good, and for me, there's just one that's probably the most my speed. She's the most unique about her front end. She's the most cobra and giraffe in the way her neck ties, and I think she's actually maybe not as massive and burly as the ones. As one of the other ones, but I think she's actually squarer and truer in her rack shape and has more true muscle shape up high. And I think she's just the logical place to start. And then I think there's one that just follows in reserve and makes sense as well. Congratulations to this crew.
Champion Blackface Commercial Ewe goes to Riley McGee, and reserve champion goes to Riley McGee. Those banners were sponsored the champion by 4R Livestock and reserve by Tate and Lyle. While our judge takes a quick break, we will be, next class in will be our born and bred champion and reserve champion. These animals were born on the farm, bred and born on the actual farms that the kids live in. So they will be coming in, and he will be picking a champion and reserve champion, born and bred ewe. Also want to recognize, we do each breed champion today received a $20 award, and those awards were sponsored by the Dice family. Also, each class winner received a feed cup, and those were donated by Drug Plastics Kyle Alexander.
really nice set of born and bred sheep out here. And there's one that I think is a really nice representation for her breed, and she's big and mature, and she looks good and attractive out here. I think she's a logical place to start. And then I think it gets really close for reserve. I think there's 3 or 4 of them that you could justify and go any which way on. But I'll go ahead and select you and get you a grain in reserve. Congratulations.
Champion goes to Claire Ford. And reserve goes to Brenna Rice. We are going to break here before we start the markets, and we're going to do our mini 4-H'er showmanship classes. These are broke down by kindergarten, first and second graders. These kids will be coming in with a mentor, so we're going to have them introduce themselves, and then their mentor introduce them. So our first class will be our kindergartners.
Henry. And my name's Haven.
This is Cannon Bisher, and his mentor is Tayton Mosley. This is Wyatt Lefevers, and what? Michael, and his mentor is Canner Hatke. This is Vince Rule, and his mentor is Stella Rule.
You know, this is what it's really all about, guys, getting the young ones and getting the next group started in it. And they're all doing an awesome job out here and they're all having fun. I think they were all about 5, 6 years old and they're out here with sheep that are way bigger than them for the most part. But they're all doing great and having fun and enjoying it. And that's what it's all about. Let's put our hands together for this group. Congratulations.
Okay, these are our first graders. Our first one is Wade Cokert, and his mentor is Tessa Cokert. This is Quincy Huffer, and her mentor is Ruby Huffer. Next, we have Ainsley Sanders, and her mentor is Carson Dice. What's your name? This is Cade Kennedy, and his mentor is
Charlie Kennedy.
okay. And this is Abby DeVault, and her mentor is
Max DeVault.
Max DeVault. And we have one late one coming. Here she comes. This is Mabel Faye Bedreau. And her mentor is
Brindley Cox.
Brinley Cox. Let's give our first graders a round of applause. After we get done with our mini showman here, we're going to take a really quick 10-minute break, and then we'll start our market classes.
Really good group of first graders here, and they're all enjoying it. They all have great big smiles out here and just having the time of their life, and that's what it's all about. And I think they all do a great job, and they're all getting these sheep shown to the best of their abilities. And I think there's some really talented young people out here that'll be super, super fun to watch as they get older. Congratulations to a really nice set of showmen. Let's give them all a great big round of applause.
Okay, our last class is our second graders. This is Luke Hancock, and his mentor is
Cora Hancock.
this is Cora Rice, and her mentor.
Brenna Rice.
This is Marin Gardner, and her mentor.
Tayton Mosley.
And we have Halen Burlington, and her mentor is Miley Reese. And this is Annie Spencer, and her mentor.
Spencer Bates.
These are our second graders.
Nice group of second graders, and I think all of them are going to be old enough to show on their own next year, and that's super exciting. And I think as you get a little bit older here, you can really start seeing a lot of them are really truly showing these sheep out here and getting the most out of them they can, and that's super exciting. And I think there's a super bright future here. Congratulations! Let's put our hands together for this group.
Attention on the fairgrounds. Vehicles that are not in an actual spot in the front of the Coliseum need moved immediately. Again, that's all vehicles in the front parking lot that are not in an actual spot need moved immediately.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start our market classes. Our first class is class 34, the Border Cheviot Market Lamb class.
Nice pair of weathers to start off with. The weather we lead the class off with is the bigger racked, bigger loined weather. It's just a little heavier muscled when we stand right there and behind them. Weather that comes next is long spined and sound structured and complete, just not as heavy muscled up over his rack and loin edge as the one ahead of him. Congratulations on a nice set.
First place in champion for the Border Chevy at Marky Lamb goes to Carson Bates, and second place in reserve also goes to Carson Bates. We're now showing class 35, Dorset Market Lamb.
Class of Dorsets actually gives me some trouble to sort, and not because I don't think this guy is unequivocally the best one out here. I think his rib shape and his back shape and his touch and his hide is absolutely really good. Super crisp and creasy in his edges. Big pin set. Good in his stifle shape. Little straight off both ends. I think that's, we're okay on there, but he's just a little leaning forward in his shoulder, a little straighter in his hock. For me, the biggest challenge and the biggest thing I hemmed and hawed with is he big enough to be a market lamb and to win a market lamb division? And I think he's just good enough and high enough quality that he has to be the place I start. So that one wins on quality alone, and I think he does a lot of good things. Weather that comes next, that's a big bodied sheep that has those wide over his top and is good in his pin set, good in his lower leg shape, a little softer and plainer to his muscle texture and tone though, in comparison to one ahead of him, maybe a little deeper in about his front end. Long-bodied, extended weather that comes next. However, he's just the lightest muscled sheep of the class. Kind of makes him round out the class here, but a really long-bodied, sound-structured one. Congratulations.
First place in champion for Dorset Market Lamb goes to Olive Bedreau. Second place in reserve goes to McCrae Kaiser. We'll now be showing class 36, Hampshire Market Lamb. Our banners for the last two champions, our Border Cheviot champion was provided by the Giroux family. The reserve was Tate and Lyle. Our Dorset banner was given by Hunter Nutrition, and our reserve was Tate and Lyle.
Logical place to start here. This dude is creasy backed and super thin hided and crazy hard touching, and yet he's still pretty attractive from the side and balance in his overall look. Maybe not as bold and robust in his forerib there as I'd like to see one. His neck doesn't tie quite as easy and nice out of the top of his shoulder. Wants to get a little more U-neck when we set him in motion. But I think that's a crisp backed and a big pin and stout ended one when we get in behind him. Congratulations. Young man Weather that comes here next. That one's super big and practical in the center portion of his body. Really wide over his loin and big in his pin set. Just a little plainer in his look from the side. It gets a little off in his top line, a little weak out of the backside of his shoulder, a little straighter out of his hock. Young ladies Weather that rounds out the class. Long-sided, balanced, attractive, sound structured sheep. Love all those things about him. He's just simply the lightest muscled sheep of the class. Just needs more true tone and touch to get any higher. Congratulations. Yeah.
First place, Class 36 Hampshire Market Lamb goes to Riley McGee. Second, Miles Gardner. And third, Georgie Bedreau. We're now showing Class 37 Hampshire Market Lamb. We want to go ahead and thank our Queen in Court today for helping us in the ring. Right now, we have our Miss Tippecanoe County, Michaela Spray. We have our second runner-up, Aubrey Miller, and our third runner-up, Katie Ford.
Big, stout, burly Hampshire weather to start the class is just a logical place to go for me. I think that one's balanced and complete. I think he's proportional in his width as we view him from behind. He's big in his pin set. He's broad and wide over his top. Plenty of side view lower leg shape for me. When I get my hands on him, am I blowing away? Absolutely not. I think he could touch crisper and a little fresher if it were up to me. I wish he was just a hair thinner hided, but I think that's still a really high quality sheep that just looks like a big old burly hamp. Ought to look to win a class here, and I think a nice place to start. Sheep that comes in next here, that's a sheep that worked his way up. Originally, when I saw him on the rear view, I kind of said, oh, that sheep would be a nice 3 to 4 hole type sheep, and we get him out on the profile, and he's the balanced, complete one out here. His shoulder tie, point of his shoulder is high, his neck tie is right, his underline is balanced, and it stays collected enough in his top line here. I think he's the balanced, complete one that stays the shallowest about his front 1/3. The sheep here in second, that's the sheep I figured was going to be first or second when we came in, and I kind of walked in and viewed him from behind there. That one looks super awesome in his texture and his touch. He's super thin-hided, so expressive in his stifle shape and his rack shape. When I get my hands on him, though, he's dehydrated in his loin edge. He's not as actually genuinely broad and wide over his rack as those pair ahead of him. Gets a little deeper about his front 1/3. Sheep that comes next, super sound, practical, awesome in the build type of a weather, just needs a shot of more muscle to get any higher. Sheep that rounds out the class, that's the bigger backed weather, bigger loined weather than one that comes ahead of him, just harder in his flank, a little poorer in his balance, but a really nice sheep. Congratulations.
First place, Class 37 Hampshire Market Lamb. First place goes to Carson Dice. Second, Keegan Spray. Third, Scout Zimmerman. Fourth, Lauren Hankins. And fifth, Brooklyn Dunwoody. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Hampshire Market Lamb.
For me, we get to bring these 4 weathers back out here, and it kind of comes down to the 2 class winners. Taking nothing away from that pair in second. I think that's a pair of very nice weathers as well. When we look at the 2 class winners, I'm not going to tell you there's either one of them that fits my mold and my style sheep perfectly. I think there's one that fits my mold in terms of being burly and stout at the ground and big old and opened up in his cage and great big center of body. And I think there's one that fits my speed in terms of elevation of front and shallowness and look from the side. And when I get my hands on him, he's just so perfect handling and crisp and hard touching and thin hided. So I don't know that there's one that fits my speed perfect. That one that's so crisp-hided and so shallow. I wish he was bolder and more robust in his cage, but I think he's good enough for me today, and he's going to go ahead and be the champion. Congratulations.
Champion Hampshire Market Lamb goes to Riley McGee. Reserve champion goes to Carson Dice. We'll now be showing Class 38 Katahdin Market Lamb. Our banners for the Hampshire Market Lamb champion was given by the Wyckoff family, and reserve was Tate and Lyle.
Young man's Blackweather that starts the class off with. He's simply the biggest bodied, boldest centered, widest, thickest made Katahdin out here. That sound structured and balanced. I think he's a practical place to start. Young lady's ewe lamb that comes next, I think, is a really nice representative of the breed. Just not as stout and wide end when we get him behind her. And the ewe that rounds out the class just simply needs to be more of her to compete with that pair ahead of her. But a really nice, balanced, structurally complete, structurally sound female. Congratulations.
First place and champion Katahdin Market Lamb goes to Henry Schutler. Second place and reserve goes to Sasha Schutler.
Attention on the fairgrounds. We need a vehicle moved at the front gate. It is a white Equinox. The license plate is PT4718. Please move your vehicle or it will be towed. Thank you.
We're now showing Class 39 Natural Color Market Lamb.
young lady's weather kind of runs away with this deal here. I really like this sheep. I mean, he's skinny necked, he's bold and round in the center portion of his body. He's balanced in his underline. He touches good and fresh up high, crisp and square in his edges. You know, is he a little straight off either end? Yeah, I'd agree with you there. But I think that's one that this young lady does a good job getting him stuck and getting that showed out of him and still giving a high quality look. Congratulations on a nice place to start. Young man's weather that comes next. Long bodied, practical, big centered, easy doing type of a sheep. Love all those things about him. Just needs a little more muscle, a little more look to compete with that weather ahead of him. Young man's weather that rounds out the class. He's the longest bodied, the biggest outline, the most practical or the fastest in his growth pattern and his length of kind there, but just needs more width when I step in behind him. Congratulations.
First place, Class 39 Natural Color Market Lamb. First place goes to Nora Rule. Second, Duncan Bates. And third, Elliot Bates. We're now showing Class 40 Natural Color Market Lamb.
Nice trio of weathers here. I think the young lady in the greenish shirt there, I think her weather's just a logical place to start. That sheep is tall at the point of his shoulder. He's good in his rib shape and his cage shape. He's balanced and proportional in his underline. He's strong down his top. He touches fresh to the touch, square in his edges. And he's big pinned and big rumped when I get in behind him. You know, if I could change him, I'd love to see this sheep let those hind legs get out behind him. Right now he wants to keep them tucked up underneath him. If we could stretch this sheep out further when we set him, get those front feet about 2-3 inches further ahead than where they're at, I think this sheep will give an even higher quality look out here if we can just get them a little more stretched. But really nice sheep place start to class. Sheep that comes next, that one is his necktie is right, his shoulder shape is, or his shoulder set is right, his rib shape's right, he's square edged up high, like those things about him. He's really, really green in his condition. He could actually push a little bit more fat, a little bit more finish, help his loin blend a little smoother, so help him blend smoother from one transition to the next. But I think that's a really nice sheep that just needs to blend just a touch better. Big outline, long-sided sheep that rounds out the class. Practical and functional in his center body, and he's got some shape and muscle up high. Just a little plainer looking from the side. Doesn't have quite as much pin set and stifle shape as those ones ahead of him. Congratulations on a nice class.
Class 40, Natural Color Market Lamb. First place goes to Aniston Kaiser. Second, Brock Peters. And third, Delana Dunwoody. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Natural Color Market Lamb.
Nice pair of class winners here, and I think you can justify going either way. I think there's one that's probably just a skosh more mature that allows him to just carry more true muscle and shape down in the center part of his twist and in his outer turn to his stifle here in his side view lower leg shape. I think he's a nickel taller front. It gives a little neater look. Young ladies heavyweight will be champion, and lightweight will be reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Natural Color Market Lamb goes to Aniston Kaiser. Reserve champion goes to Nora Rule. We'll now be showing Class 41 Oxford Market Lamb. Banners for our champions or for our Katahdin Market Lamb. Champion was the Giroux family, and reserve was Tate and Lyle. For our Natural Color Market Lamb, champion was the Smith family, and reserve was Tate and Lyle.
Nice place to start here with a nice white featured, tall fronted, good outline sheep that's balanced and correct. And has just enough muscle shape and loin edge and stifle shape for me today, but he's sound structured and correct and a logical place to start. The freshest, most hydrated in his hide is this sheep that comes in second. Love that about him. Big enough in his rack shape and good enough in his touch. Maybe just a little plainer in his look from the side, a little bolder in the base of his chest and breastplate in comparison to that one that wins. Not as unique in his stifle shape. But the sheep that rounds out the class, that's a nice, nice big rack, big centered type of a sheep. It's maybe just a little too straight off either end, doesn't want to get out and go as well as those ones ahead of him. Congratulations on a nice class.
Champion in first place for Oxford Market Lamb goes to Lauren Hankins. Second in reserve goes to Abigail Griffith. We're now showing class 42 Shropshire Market Lamb.
Practical place to start here. I think he's big-footed sheep that's balanced in his look from the side. He's bold in his rib shape. He's big in his loin edge. Has enough pin set and enough lower leg shape when we get in behind him. I just think he's a really balanced, practical type of a sheep. Sheep that comes in second. That one propped up gives you a really neat look from the side, and I appreciate that about him. We need to change him in his skeleton when he gets out and go. He's off in his gait out of his rear too. He gets frailer at the ground, just doesn't carry enough stifle shape for me. But a nice sheep that touches really well from the side. Touches really well and looks good from the side. Sheep that rounds out the class. Another really good touching, really, really big loin sheep. Love that about him. Big loin, deep loin. Really appreciate that. Has enough stifle shape. Just the most off in his skeleton and his balance. Wants to get higher in his spine and lower in his front end. What a nice sheep. Congratulations.
First place, class 42 Shropshire Market Lamb goes to Carson Dice. Second, Riley McGee. Third, Delaney Dunwoody. We're now showing class 43 Shropshire Market Lamb.
Whether that wins the class here, he's the one that's not like the others, right? There's one not like the others. He either had to go first or third, and I landed on him first. I think he's got the most true meat animal shape. He's the most cracked open in his chest floor. He's the widest from end to end. He's the biggest in his back and his pin set and his stifle shape, burliest at the ground and the stoutest structured. Is he carrying too much condition? Absolutely. This weather needs to be trimmed up, and I think if you trim this sheep up, he looks a lot better from the side as well. But I think that's a nice heavy muscled sheep to start the class with. Whether that comes next, long necked, balanced, complete, super lean, and I love that about him. Big enough in his pin set where he's over second, he carries more true stifle shape than that sheep that goes in third. But you just need him to be wider end to end to get any higher. Same can be said for this one in third. Really long spined, hard touching, lean sheep. Just needs to be wider end to end. Congratulations on a nice set.
Class 43, Shropshire Market Lamb, first place, Tayton Mosley, second, Haley Greener, and third, Chloe Greener. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Shropshire Market Lamb.
We can bring them back out here, and to me, I think there's a logical pair to just keep together. I think they're more appropriate in their degree of finish today. I think they're more sportier, a little better looking sheep from the side. We'll go ahead and keep that pair out of the first class together. Champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Championship Shropshire Market Lamb goes to Carson Dice, reserve to Riley McGee. We're now showing class 44, Southdown Market Lamb. Our banners for our Shropshire division champion was donated by Gerald Kelly and reserve Tayton Lyle.
Nice pair of weathers to start the Southdown class out with. I think the weather that leads off is he's just the roundest and the best in his rib shape, allows him to be the shallowest, the most attractive from the side. He's good enough over his rack shape, big in his loin edge. Appreciate those things about him. I'd like to change him in his skeleton, make him more comfortable in his set from hip to hock to ground and make him get out and go better. But I think that's a good, unique rib-shaped Southdown sheep to go ahead and win the class. The young lady that comes next, you get the most out of this sheep. You get him driving, you get him up and out, and you give a nice look from the side. Unfortunately, he's just plainer and deeper in the shape of his rib cage, more off in his loin, just not as much true muscle as the one ahead of him, but a good sound structured sheep that you get the absolute most out of. Whether that comes in third here, that sheep touches really good over his rack and his loin, and I was really impressed when I got my hands on him. Unfortunately, he carries the majority of his weight in the front 1/3 of his body. He just runs out of gas when I step in behind him. Sheep that rounds out the class. I like that one's basic build. I like them when we get them stuck like this. Unfortunately, we didn't always get the best look of this sheep, but also he's extremely lean and the lightest muscle of the entire class. Just need to give him more true market animal shape to get him any higher. Thank you.
Class 44, Southdown Market Lamb. First place, Marin Huffer. Second, Abigail Griffith. Third, Celia Pearl. And fourth, Brinley Cox. We're now showing class 45, Southdown Market Lamb.
Young man's weather wins the class rather handily. He's sound. He's good in the angle to his shoulder. He's good enough in the set to his hock. He gets out and strides and looks like a show sheep out here. We get him set and he runs uphill and his underline balances and we get our hands on him and he's actually the leanest and the freshest as well. I think he goes ahead and runs away with this deal. The sheep that comes in second, really tall shouldered, really long neck, gives a really attractive kind of show pony look as we set him into motion from the side. Love that about him. We get him stuck on the side. He's balanced. I get my hands on him. He is the heaviest in his finish. Probably notch past 12 o'clock. Need to peel some of that off of him. And yet even with all that finish, he still is the narrower in his pin set in the base of his leg there than he is at the base of his shoulder. The weather that rounds out the class, that's a moderate, dense power, a little Southdown. Just needs to be lengthened in his growth curve, trimmed up for me, but a nice sheep to go ahead and round out a class. Congratulations.
First place, Class 45, Southdown Market Lamb, Winston Bedreau. Second place, Miley Reese. Third place, Haven Rice. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion, Southdown Market Lamb.
We bring these back in here, and I think it becomes a pretty logical pair. And I think there's one out here that's a really, really nice sheep that goes ahead and wins pretty easily. And I think it gets a little closer for a reserve, but I think we got to stay with the trimmer, more sheep that's got more true shape. I'll go ahead and get a grand and reserve. Congratulations.
Champion Southdown Market Lamb goes to Winston Bedreau. Reserve champion goes to Marin Huffer. We're now showing Class 47, Whiteface Commercial Market Lamb. Nope. We're showing 46. Sorry, Suffolk Market Lamb. And our banners for our Southdown, our champion banner was given by 4R Livestock, and our reserve was Tate and Lyle.
Young man Suffolk that starts the class off, I think does so really handily. He's the biggest footed sheep of the class. He's the boldest and biggest in his rib cage. It allows him to be the biggest and squarest over his rack, down his loin. He's the thick-ended, big, stout power sheep when we get him behind him, and yet he's still actually the best balanced, best looking one out here as well. I think he's just a logical place to start. Sheep that comes in next most closely follows him in terms of his rib cage and his center body mass. But for me, just not as balanced and as level out over his hip or his knee and his loin edge as the one that goes ahead and wins. But a really big centered, practical type of a weather. Big outlined high grow weather comes here next. That's super thin hided and really presented extremely well. Appreciate that about him. Just needs to be wider from end to end when I step in behind him. Sheep that rounds out the class, a long-sided, practical type of production-oriented meat animal. Just needs to be stouter made at the ground and wider when I get in behind him. Congratulations on a nice set.
First place in champion Suffolk Market Lamb goes to Carter Hatke. Second place and reserve goes to Max DeVault. We're now showing class 47, white-faced commercial market lamb.
Top trio of weathers that offer some give and take, and I think you can justify going one way or the other. For me, this weather becomes the logical place to start when we get him stuck from the side. He's the best looking, he's the tallest shouldered, best in his underline. When I get in behind him, he's the most dynamic in terms of his progression of width. That dude's wider in his rack than he is his shoulder, wider in his loin than he is his rack, and bigger in his pins and lower leg than he is everywhere else. So I think that sheep just proportions and balances the best best of any of them, gives the best look from the side, becomes a logical place to go. Sheep that comes in second, man, that one is really crisp and hard touching, really lean, and he should be, right? He's not very big. I didn't ask what he weighs, but I can't imagine it's a pile. But I think that one's neat looked and cool from the side, just not near enough punch and power to get around that one ahead of him. Sheep that comes next, that's where you have it. You got all the punch, you got all the power. You are big back, big loined, and big at the bait, big in your stifle shape and twist. But you're the heaviest conditioned sheep, and it's piling on in the base of his chest and his breastplate. Makes you look the least balanced out here, the least proportional. Sheep that comes next, that one's lean and crisp and hard touching. Just needs to be changing his skeleton. He's straighter out of his shoulder and out of his hock. Struggles when we ask him to get out and go. Looks uncoordinated. Sheep that comes next, really round-bodied, big back type of a sheep that's practical and functional in his kind. Just softer to the touch, a little plainer in his look than those ahead of him. Long-sided, elevated, good-looking sheep that rounds out the class. Just the lightest muscle to the group out here today. Congratulations on a nice set.
First place, class 47, white-faced commercial market lamb goes to Olive Bedreau. Second, Winston Bedreau. Third, Breanne Miller. Fourth, Amelia Odell. Fifth, Tessa Rice. And sixth, Wade Sipple. We're now showing class 48, white-faced commercial market lamb.
tough pair of weathers on the top to sort, and if you want to switch them, I'm not going to necessarily sit out here and disagree with you. I think you can justify either way. For me, I'd like to change them both in their skeleton when I set them in motion. So let's just call that a wash, and then I just sort them on the sheep on the stick, right? And I think this guy is fresher touching, better in his loin edge, just as big in his upper hip and his lower stifle in comparison pound for pound. Sure, I'd like to soften him in his flank, but this is by far, hands down, the leaner, fresher sheep that's more ready today. I think he has to win the class. Sheep that comes next. I like him when he's stuck on the side. Young man, you do a nice job. You get him up fronted and he looks cool. I get my hands on him. He's a little extra condition on him. He's the weakest and the most washed in his loin edge. Need to change him and fix him there to get him any higher. But I think a nice sheep, just maybe past his prime. Sheep that comes next. That's a good hard touching sheep with a really good hide quality. Love that about him. Just a little plainer in his front 1/3, a little narrower in his pin set in comparison. Big bodied, practical, easy feeding type of weather here that's got some width and dimension, and I like that about him. Again, just need to pick him up in the front end and make him a shot bigger in his pin set and stifle from behind. Sheep that comes next. This sheep is big pinned and really big stifled, and I like that about him. Just gets a little lower and plainer about his front 1/3. Sheep that rounds the class out. That sheep can give you a really nice look when we get him stuck like this. His neck set's right, his skeleton's right, but he's the lightest muscled and the narrowest made of the whole class here. That's what we just got to stouten him up to get him any higher. Congratulations.
First place, class 48, white-faced commercial market lamb goes to McCray Kaiser. Second, Carson Dice. Third, Brooklyn Dunwoody. Fourth, Miley Reese. Fifth, Tessa Cogert. And sixth, Wyatt Miller. We're now showing for champion and reserve champion white-faced commercial market lamb.
We get this set out back out here, and I think it's a really nice set of white-faced cross weathers. And I think there's a couple ways you could go. For me, in my mind, it's just the most logical to keep the pair of bigger-footed, bolder cage, bigger, heavier muscled sheep together, and pair that together out of the last class, and we'll go 1-2. Congratulations.
Champion white-faced commercial market lamb goes to McCray Kaiser. Reserve champion to Carson Dice. We're now going to bring in class 49 black-faced commercial market lamb. Our banners for our white-face, our champion was donated by Hunter Nutrition, and our reserve, Tate and Lyle.
When this young lady gets this one stuck out here and on the profile, and he is absolutely silky smooth hided and white faced and giant legged, and he looks like a stud right there, young lady. You do an awesome job when you get him stuck. Awesome cage shape, creasy back, big pin, good enough in his stifle shape for this guy. I think that's a really high quality one when we get him stuck. I need you to get him out and go better. That sheep wants to stop and try and not go on you. You know, I'd like to see you maybe try sinking your hand deeper down on his throat and putting your fingers between his jaw bones. See if that'll let that sheep get out and go. If we can get him out and go, I think that's a really, really high quality one, but he looks awesome when we get him stuck. Practical place to start. Sheep that comes here in next. I think that's a hard touching, square edged, big rumped one. Young man, you just ran into kind of a buzzsaw, the one ahead of you. You know, this guy, if he would show and stick and drive, I think it could be a different conversation, but he's wanting to pull back and look unbalanced and unproportional for you. And I need to bust him open in his forerib in comparison to that one. Sheep that comes next, that sheep actually impressed me when I got my hands on him. That dude was big and square backed and raw edged, and I love that about him. He wedges in proportions appropriate in his flank line. I like that. Just need to change him skeletally, make him smoother in his loin edge, give him more set to his hock and get him get out and go. Big bodied, practical, easy feed, and thick made weather here. Love those things about him. Just maybe a little over in his condition, a little plainer in his look. Blue sheep that rounds out the class. Long bodied, extended, cool looking. Love all those things. He's just the lightest muscled, narrowest made sheep. Congratulations on a nice set.
First place, class 49, black-faced commercial market lamb goes to Stella Rule. Second place, Carson Dice. Third place, Keegan Spray. Fourth place, Layla Logston. And fifth place, Ruby Heifer. We're now showing class 50, black-faced commercial market lamb.
Really tough pair to sort. I think there's a lot of good in both of these sheep. And, you know, I think if we could get that sheep in second just stuck and driving like the young lady in first does, I think it'd be maybe a different conversation. But the young lady in first, you get this one stuck and driving. He looks right from the side. He's shallow. He's elevated. You get him out and prancing, and he gets out and goes. Like those things about him. When I get my hands on him, he's not as crisp touching and as hard handling as I'd sure like him to be. A little disappointed there, but I thought he was just hard enough handling and just crisp enough. But a really nice balanced sheep that gives a good look from the side. Young man's sheep that comes in second. That's the big backed, the big rumped, the hard handling one. That man I would typically just love to tie into and win a mid to heavyweight market class. Unfortunately, we need to get that sheep stretched out just a touch more, get him driving up and out just a touch more, give him a little better look from the side. We get him stuck on the side. He wants to get high in his spine, a little lower in his chest. And just not quite, doesn't want to give as neat of a look for me today. Really hard touching sheep that comes in next. That's crisp in his edges and good in his rib shape. Just a little rougher in his loin edge there for me today. Need to smooth him out there and make him just a little more attractive. Big-bodied, practical, easy-feeding, functional type of a ewe that comes in here next. Just not near heavy enough muscle to compete with the ones ahead of her, and a little over in her finish. Whether that rounds out the class, lean, crisp, hard handling type sheep, just not as wide and stout as those ones ahead of her. Congratulations on a nice set.
First place, Class 50, Blackface Commercial Market Lamb, Aniston Kaiser. Second place, Miles Gardner. Third place, Cora Hancock. Fourth place, Jaden Kellogg. And fifth place, Brooklyn Dunwoody. Will now be showing for champion and reserve champion, Blackface Commercial Market Lamb.
There's a trio of weathers out here that I think could all be in contention, and I think I wish I could bring all three out of this division to the Grand Drive. I think there's a really nice set of sheep here. I think the deepest division of the day. And I think there's one sheep out here that is my speed, and I love him when he's stuck on the side. And I think we finally got that sheep to give me a good enough look when we set him in motion. When we get something else leading him, that sheep can get out in motion. He's just super stubborn, so it gives me the confidence that that one is truly sound enough. We just got to get there and make sure we take our time and get that one led just right. And I think he's the logical place to start, and then we'll follow up with reserve.
Champion Blackface Commercial Market Lamb goes to Stella Rule. Reserve champion goes to Aniston Kaiser. That is the conclusion of our market lamb classes, and we will start our showmanship classes here in a little bit. The banners for the Blackface Cross lamb was champion came from Hunter Nutrition and reserve Tate and Lyle. We will be beginning our showmanship here, and our first class will be our beginner showman.
So I went ahead and talked to each of these young kiddos individually here, and I think they all do a really nice job. And I'm told I only need to pick a champion showman out here, and that's what I'll do. I do think there's one showman out here that is polished and does an absolutely impeccable job for showmanship. Now, I wish they'd maybe get a little bit more out of their sheep in terms of drive. But I think there's one out here that's absolutely very polished, does an impeccable job for showmanship. There's another young person out here that I think deserves an honorable mention that gets a ton of drive out of that sheep, gets the absolute most out of the sheep they can. Maybe isn't as much as a polished showmanship showman, maybe missed cues switching sides a couple times. So that being said, I do believe the girl in the yellow shirt here, she deserves an honorable mention. You do a really good job. Maybe just need to polish up a little bit. But young man, you're the champion showman. Congratulations. Good job.
Winner of our beginning showmanship class goes to Corbin Cornell. His banner was provided to sponsor the Giroux family. He will also get a hanging show box, and that was given by the Leader family. Next, we'll be bringing in our junior showman. We also want to acknowledge for our market lamb classes. We forgot to do this, but they received 20. The champions received $20, and that was donated by the Giroux family.
Really nice set of showmen out here, and I think this, it goes 4 or 5 deeps, four, 5, 6, 7 deep of kids that are really, really good showmen and are doing a great job. And I think there are 2 that are just more polished and a leg above, and truly get the most out of them. And I think there's an honorable mention that is extremely polished and does things and gets his position in the right spot. He maybe gets a little more flustered out here, right, as we go longer, and we maybe don't know the sheep quite as well as we need to make sure his spine's down. But I think he does an awesome job when he does get him stuck, and he's always in the right spot. And then the young person that's going to win this, I think, just absolutely gets the most out of her sheep that you possibly can. Has a killer look out here, and really does an elite job of getting one stuck. And so the young lady with the blue leather is going to go ahead and win. Congratulations. Young man with the south down weather, you get an honorable mention. You do an awesome job. Good job, guys.
Winner of our junior showmanship is Nora Rule. Her championship banner was sponsored by the Crimson Ridge Farms, and she will also receive a chair, and that was donated by Kensington Traveler Services. We will now bring in our intermediate showman.
went ahead and talked to all of these kids individually and gave a pointer here and there. And, you know, I think there's, as you could tell, I think it comes down to 4 of them out here that are really, really high-end showmen, taking nothing away from the rest of you guys. You guys all do a great job, but I think there was 4 that just elevated themselves above the rest. You know, there's one young lady out here that was maybe a touch slow in her transitions, and we'd like to speed that up a little bit. And there was one young lady that tends to overdrive sheep, and maybe when we switched sheep, wasn't cognizant of the fact that, hey, that sheep really can't be overdriven. We didn't step back and look at it. There's another young lady out here who does a really nice job and is calm and cool and collected. And then there's a young man out here that I just thought was absolutely flawless. He was fault-free. He was mistake-free. He's not the crazy, most intense showman, but he's just steady Eddie out here. He never gives you a bad look. He never gets it stuck wrong. And he's the only one when we switched sheep. He took that sheep out and circled it and reset it as to tell me, yeah, I can set it better than the last person had. And that's what I'm looking for. I want these kids to step out, look at the sheep, know what the holes are, and then grab it and get it stuck better than the previous kid had, right? So that's one thing that I think really set the young man apart. Young man in the red shirt will be champion.
Champion intermediate showman is Owen Kaiser. His banner was donated by Mike and Cindy DeGoyer family, and he will also get a showmanship, a speaker that was donated by Matt Kaiser family. We will now begin senior showmanship.
really good group of showmen. And, I think there were 4 or 5 of them out here that I had switch lambs and see what they could do and see if they could get more out of the next one. And I think 4 of the 5 had listened to the comments of the last class and did what I wanted to see them do. So I do appreciate that out of a set of senior showmen. For me, there's one out here that just gets the most out of the sheep. She just absolutely gets them stuck perfect. And there's not one out here that really I'd rather have stick one. And this young lady will be champion. Congratulations.
Our senior showmanship winner is Ava Leader. She will receive a banner that was donated by Cole Elementary PTO, and she will also receive a mini fridge that was donated by the Rice family. Our next division will be our Grand Champion Showmanship Drive. This makes up anyone that won today may join this group, and also it includes those showmen that have already won a senior showmanship.
really nice set of showmen out here, and I think every age group is represented extremely well. I think you can tell some of the older kids maybe are a little more polished, a little tougher to fluster. And for me, it really comes down to two young ladies out here, and it comes down to the young lady with the Dorset U in front of me and the young lady right in front of her. And I think both of those two are exceptional showmen. And young people, if you're around the ring and you want to see how to stick one and how to get the most out of them and how to get them right and how to stay calm, cool, and collected, watch these two young people. Either one of them could stick a sheep of mine any day. And that goes for all these young showmen out here. I think they do a great job. Maybe some of the younger showmen, as I had you set on non-show side, we got a little flustered, right? We maybe had sheep jumping around, didn't get them stuck just right. And young lady in the teal or green shirt, maybe just wasn't the best day as far as that sheep's behavior and getting them stuck right and acting right. I think there's a real decision to be made here in the top two showmen. I think you can justify either way. It comes down to personal preference for me and the things I like to see. So I'm going to go ahead and take one more look, and we will get you a champion and reserve champion showman. Congratulations.
Your grand champion showman goes to Riley McGee. Your reserve champion goes to Ava Leader. Riley's banner and pullover that she will get was donated by Porter Kirkpatrick Memorial. And the reserve champion, Ava, will get a banner and a cooler that was donated by the Lefevre's family. Our night show, we will begin at 8 o'clock tonight.